chance for Val at another double.
No. Close. Yep. Whoa.
Now here's just slipping a little bit and gets them both. Just slipping a little bit when she went to jump the stone.
Close, but it's like
Lost her footing, but got back.
Throws right there. Good job. Good toss, Val. Thanks. I don't know. They feel close, but what am I?
No.
10? Yeah, I like it. Roll to center a bit? Yeah, roll in a little bit.
Don't drop it.
Well, and started on my first, I'm like, okay, I'll make sure on my intern, and then it just didn't get to the line. Unless you get to the line?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, Kathy, we've seen, I think, in Val's sweeting, an enjoyment of the game, maybe more than we've seen, as well for Andrea Crawford, who told us before the event began, considering all that's been going on in the world, the greater appreciation she has for just being able to do something that she loves so much. And it's shown obviously in the way she's played, but it really does show on her face.
Yeah, very different perspectives for Andrea. Just so positive, and just said that she was just so tired of all the negatives in the last couple of years. And so if you have the opportunity to do something that you love, that is positive, surrounded by obviously a very supportive team, she was going to make the most out of it. And that lighter presence, I think, on the ice, less pressure, it's resulted coming through her hands. And in Val's case, I think taking the pressure off, making those calls when she was a skip, and just supporting Carrie, her shot making has been spectacular.
I remember Val. I think Val also had a lot of heartbreaks as a skip too, and I remember seeing Val one time saying, when is it ever going to happen? And so the difference being is it's happened, and they've won the Canadian Championships 2 times, you know, back to back, and I think that just really makes you feel like, okay, I can do this.
Well, sure, she lost it in 14 and 15. Remember, back to back did Val, skipping Alberta.
It was tough for her to take that.
Perfectly.
That's what I needed a couple ends ago.
But you're talking about a team this week that's really, again, how much more bad news can they take? Team Fleury.
14-5.
Oh, it's been a difficult run for them.
You know, you talk about the last rock loss at the trials.
For a long time.
Extra end. Then they go to the Manitoba Provincials, and they have a disastrous event there, don't even qualify. And then they come here and, COVID hits their skip, so Fleury quarantines for 7 games, and Selena Negevin does well, gets them to the playoffs.
Then I think all you can do is just remember you're the #1 ranked team in the world, and you have to go through the wins and the losses. Talented team.
And persevere. It will happen when it's time.
Good sweeping, Kate. Nice stuff. You could hold it there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So looking for the blank is Team Canada here in 5.
Right. Yep. You got it.
Just says more about the week she's had. However, that's 71%. Those times, those mistakes, that opened the door for Andrea Crawford. And she made the most of those opportunities for that win. And look at there. Missing that opportunity is Team Canada forced to take a single. So we'll go to the break at the half. Team Canada leads at 4-2. It's the semifinal of the Scotties in Thunder Bay.
The Scotties Tournament of Hearts is brought to you in part by Scotties Facial Tissue. Unleash the Scotties. By Tim Hortons, the official coffee of Curling Canada. By Home Hardware, Here's How. And by New Holland, proud sponsor of Curling Canada.
This is what greets people coming into Thunder Bay. Wonderful snowshoe art here at the high school and then on the lakes as you fly over. Here at the Scotties in Thunder Bay. Once again, we've seen some wonderful shots.
I agree. Yeah. Close. Yep. Close. Yeah. Yeah.
Got it? Sure do.
Nice shot,
Look at
Lena.
that.
Good
How
girl.
nice. Very, very nice.
Great shot.
That is a fantastic shot. They had
Atta girl.
nothing
Atta
else.
girl.
Had to play off their own. This is red onto yellow. That top red in the 12-foot onto yellow, and then the red that's top 4 should go back onto shot stone.
Yep. Yep. Hard. Hard. Hard.
Run it back. Just trying to move things around. Oh, what a wonderful shot.
Just like that.
The combination works for Northern Ontario. And you can vote for your favorite AGI Top Shot every day at Curling Canada on Instagram. Top Shots is brought to you by AGI, storage and handling equipment for agriculture. New Brunswick finds themselves down by a couple as they chat with Coach Daryl Nowlin as we check the numbers after 5.
Well, you had to look at Canada. They came out applying a lot of pressure, most certainly the front end, and I think it was them that set up those angles, forced New Brunswick to some tough ones, and got their deuce right out of the gate. And then it's been back and forth. That great hit and roll by Crawford in the third created a force again. You can see the skips numbers. They're very close. The entire team, the only player in the 90s, Brianne Miera at 91%.
Carrie Anderson has her name on the trophy 2 years in a row. Trying to add a third here. Kim Asmussen, the retired high school principal, and for 3 years now he's been doing his snowshoe art. Very special here in Thunder Bay on the field at St. Patrick's High School. Northern Ontario will play in the final for the Scotties here at home in Thunder Bay.
It would mean the world to me to win the Scotties. Coming into this week, I said I will not be happy until I win this thing, and we've been so close every year. We've been second, we've been third, we've been fourth. I just want to be number one, and I want to feel that, and I want to do it with these girls because they are my best friends, and what better time than now?
And remember, she came close in 16 when she lost the final to Chelsea Carey. So Northern Ontario from the Fort William here in Thunder Bay. 7 p.m. Eastern awaits the winner of this one. Kathy, looking forward to it, of course.
Well, last night, Krista McCarville may have played in front of 400 people, but they were very vocal. It sounded more like 4,000. And so whoever comes out of this game today is going to have to contend with a crowd that is very pro Krista McCarville. If it's Team Canada, an opportunity for a three-peat, which is rare, and this Team Canada team knows how to win. They know how to win when it really matters. And if it's Andrea Crawford, well, that's a Cinderella story this week. A team that doesn't travel a whole lot, but plays for the passion of the game. And that passion alone, well, it didn't get them through the extra end last night, but it might tonight.
Yeah, I think I still like it.
4-2. Team Canada leads it as we start the second half.
What if we come around the yellow one?
New Brunswick with the last rock,
Yeah, we can do that.
playing the
Whatever you're thinking.
Redstones.
I like the hit and roll. But they have an easy double, Sylvie. Yeah. That's all. Okay. 11-5. Okay. So less than she gave me.
Going to try and roll long over in front of the yellow on the right-hand side. Back 8.
Whoa, roll the other way. Yep, yep. Whoa, whoa,
I like the call. They talked about rolling behind the red and the left, but it's so tight. It'd be pretty easy double back for Team Canada. Try and use it later when they can draw around it and create some separation.
Probably should ask for more. Pair more weight?
Yeah, a little solid.
Yep.
Whoa, up.
Whoa.
Weight's close.
Val?
Okay. Yeah, a little
Hard,
more
Val,
than her
gotta
last
go.
one.
Hard, Val. Right to it, right to it. Go, 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 go. A little further. Go, 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 go.
Good sweep.
And rolls it over, tries to sit it on top, just spins a little too far.
It's not bad, actually.
Where are they going?
Around the corner now, they'll use it. Even though well, they won't be shot if they're buried around the corner, but it's a setup shot, and then they've got a double over on the side to sit too if there's a miss.
Oh, that's heavy. Let it work. 7. Let it work. It's got to curl a long ways right now. There it goes.
I don't want to.
No. Still got to move a lot.
It's back house.
Okay.
No, I don't want to.
Yeah, you got to stay close for line. Yep, go, Kate, right to the end. Go, right to the end. Go, yep. Go, 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 go. Yep. Good sweep.
Thanks. Good.
Almost, just not Brusher's weight, so
Nice weight, Jill.
they couldn't really work it until the very end. Got a little bit of finish.
Just hack. 12-5.
Yep.
Yep.
Hard.
Hard. Seam. Hard. Keep going. Hard. Seam. Hard.
Val Sweeting.
Yep. For the roll.
She'll want to roll away. Tried to roll to the forefoot.
Seam.
Yep, yep,
Yep.
yep,
Yep.
Hard.
Keep pressing. Yeah, roll it right there. Right
And
there.
roll away they do. So sitting 3.
Really nice, Val. Good call. Good sweep. Ooh, thanks. Great shot. Great brushing. Really nice. Felt like you were sweeping that. This is close here.
Yeah, I think even the hair last.
Looks like a lot, yeah.
Well, I was here for my draw. I was here for my draw.
Yeah, it just, yeah.
Trying to play this freeze down to the back when you don't have a lot of other options, and see if you can get this frozen on the face good and
It's running.
create a mistake and
It's really close.
No, it's hot.
have a chance for a deuce that way. There's not a lot of curl going this way.
9. Yeah. You can try, Kate. Okay.
Whoa.
Just so different from the intern spot there.
Just less ice.
They're likely just going to try the same shot.
Okay. Yeah, they will.
If we rip.
Maybe
Yeah,
just
my first
pick
thought
it.
was to roll out.
Yeah.
If they make it good, you have a short little run.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, we can roll out.
What else were you thinking?
I was thinking we're just like here.
Yeah, then they can freeze that side and be shot. So I kind of like the hit and roll out.
Okay.
I think with the score,
Good. Yeah.
the way it is, and the
weight,
opportunity to
normal.
force here,
Normal? Okay.
and you don't want to stick in the back of the rings there, it just gives New Brunswick something to use. The hit and roll out, you really don't need to start playing into the forefoot yet.
9. Good. Pull it back. Hard. Really hard.
Val Sweeting.
Yeah, you gotta go with curling. Really curling. Gotta go.
Shannon
Gotta go
Burchard
with curling. Hard.
looking for the hit and the roll out. And got it. And will it roll out? No. So it settles center line, back edge, sitting the 4.
That's okay, Val.
But Stone's 3 of them back of the tee
It's a
line.
little
So
different that way.
you would think
that was my
something to
throw.
work with for New Brunswick.
I think they might try that freeze again. You could also, Vic, to your point, play the tap on that back yellow that's back forefoot, try and tap it back, but there'll still be quite a bit of separation, probably an easy pick. So try this freeze again.
Sylvie Quillian.
Close to the same, a little less. Close.
Catch the line.
I think it's always me.
T. Let it catch the curl.
8. 8 right now.
Whoa.
7. 8.
Whoa.
On its own, eh? Yeah. No, then no.
Never.
No. close.
Hard down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great weight, Sylvie. Squat.
Really great weight. Just not getting that broom down in that spot.
Great weight.
It literally doesn't curl until it crosses.
It goes to a certain point and yeah. Got it.
I like playing the intern.
Whatever you see, I like both.
Yeah, they both
Yeah.
look nice.
Yeah, you know how to make this.
Are we trying to
Catch one of the
roll
back
into
ones.
Actually, Val, play the out.
Yeah, like we probably just
Yeah.
want to move that.
I think so.
Or even thin.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Peel? Do you like there?
Firm.
Firm?
Do you like that broom?
Yeah.
Okay.
When do stones,
All right, let's do it.
like Team Canada's, when do you get too many hanging around?
Well, now, because had that freeze been made, that corner freeze, if they chased it, it was probably going to redirect and jam on one of those back, the back 8-foot stones. So they're going to try and get rid of it. They know it's only helping New Brunswick.
And they'll get one away, and then they'll their own catcher, so sister. It's a repeat here now. Sitting the 4. Team Canada, last rock belongs to New Brunswick.
They just need to make a decision.
Yeah.
Right in between.
It didn't quite work out. They wanted to clip that back one and see if they could get both gone.
Just on the inside. It's good. Yeah.
It's going to curl this way.
Right there. Should curl hard here. Like 10 for back there.
15 even. Can get it there?
Yeah. I think if we're nose freeze, she's just blasting, so just tap it just to rock. Okay. So just like back 8? Yeah. Okay.
Straight draw, this wouldn't be enough ice, but because they're going to try and
Create that pocket.
throw back 8, tap it a little bit, it
Just a
should
little
be
bit on Jill's
close.
side. Okay. Should finish hard here.
Time to find some of that Crawford magic that we've seen throughout this week.
9. Close for line.
Down by a couple as we play here in 6.
Like back line.
Yeah, just
Whoa,
back line.
stay close. Yep.
Jill.
Yep.
Yep, Jill, go hard. Yep.
Straight. Whoa. Whoa.
Jill, you gotta go. Yep.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
And to the corner.
Nice shot, Andrea. Great throw. Just a little bit too strong.
But barely, that was such a good throw.
Really nice shot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
nice
it
shot.
almost came up just enough.
Yeah.
Bounced it a little too far.
Yeah.
All right. Right through the hole, Carrot.
Right on the nose. You got it. Same weight or?
Yeah. Or peel.
Okay.
Punch it right through the hole, they think.
Mm-hmm.
Clean. Yep. Clean.
Yeah.
We're there.
Yep.
Yep.
Anderson and her last.
Yes. Whoa.
All on its own.
Nice. Nice.
Oh, goodness, didn't even
That
touch
was
it.
harder than it looked.
That's hard to do.
Wow. Wow, wow.
Really nice.
Great shot. That was a tough one.
Good call.
Good. Nice toss.
Made that hole look great.
Yeah.
Pretty much the same path that Andrea had in her first.
Same as draw the button? Yeah.
You took all that information away, even from the draw to the button when you were throwing for last stone. Before the game even began.
Right now.
And needing that now.
Eat the backing.
Whoa, that Jill. Jill. Go, Jill.
Jill, yep. Hard, Jill. Hard, Jill.
Straight.
Straight. Straight now.
Now straightening it out.
8. Hard.
Friend
Yep, all the way. Clean, clean, clean.
facing
Very
5.
nice shot.
Very nice. That 2 in the first is the difference for Canada. Semi-final of this year's Scotties here in Thunder Bay. New Brunswick and Team Canada. Rematch of a Friday night in the Page seeding games, and it was an 8-6 win for New Brunswick. They stole 5 points. They haven't had to use the measure today. Any stones around the edge of the 12-foot or measurement generally. 4-3. Team Canada leads, and they once again have Last Rock playing the Yellowstone. One tick already played by Team Canada.
No, we're not. Well, now we are. Hard, keep going, hard cross.
And not so much. To the nose is Brianne Mayer. And pushes it back. And it will stay in play. Back edge, 12. I was asking you in the break, Cheryl, that what you think the difference is in this game as compared to Friday night.
Well, I think they pushed harder on Friday night to generate some Team Canada to generate some, threes. I think that's what they were doing, and by doing so, they're ignoring some of New Brunswick's stones in play, and then that came back to get them. Today, you can see they're not. They're playing more of an open style game, but when they get opportunities, so a miss by New Brunswick, then they're capitalizing on it. Just a little more respect for a team that beat them on Friday night.
I think so. The other thing, too, is that in that game, in the second end, so already trailing, Carrie was lying 1 and played a high-risk shot for 3, wound up when the dust cleared that she gave up another steal, and then they were chasing. And they're just not taking those kind of chances.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
Yeah.
Bite the 4. Okay. Should be nice, what we know. Maybe even a little better than what we know.
Yeah, I think like that 15-2, 15-3 should be close.
Yeah.
Close. Probably top 8. Go get the line. I like it. Top 8. It's close.
Top 8.
Okay, line's good.
Line's good.
Top 4.
Really
Yep, Val. Line only.
Whoa, okay,
well,
just
coming off.
Top 8.
Well then,
Line's
top
good.
4. No.
Top 4.
Can't. No.
Top button.
No.
Nope.
It's gotta sit.
No.
Brianne.
No.
Okay, good.
Okay.
I wasn't sure it would come down.
Good.
Hey, Val.
The very familiar Lethbridge, the viaduct, or the high-level bridge as they call it, the highest bridge of its kind in the world. Means we're going back to Lethbridge for this year's Tim Hortons Brier after the Olympic break. Starts on Friday, March the 4th. Then it's to Prince George for the Women's Worlds and Las Vegas for the Men's Worlds to complete this year's Season of Champions.
7.
9.
Team Canada stones a little bit deep here, so trying to make the freeze down to the face of it.
No, a lot of weight. Yeah, just a lot of weight. Okay.
Almost hard not to give it that extra on that turn that swings so hard. You don't want to underthrow it, or you have no chance of even getting by.
Air on Brianne's side.
Yeah. All right, let's do it. You know it. That's close.
Looks like similar.
Very similar, but
Well then.
if we wait, it might come down more.
Yeah,
a little more round.
I think we're tapping.
No.
It's trying.
Can't. It's always Brianne.
Okay, still can't go yet. We're top button,
There's
top
a bit of
4.
Brianne, you got a top 4.
Top
Brianne, you gotta go. Hard. You got it. Hard.
So trying to take advantage of that stone that flashed by
Like this.
Jill Babin.
Okay.
It
Try and
just
make
makes a
that double.
right-hand turn, and then the weight comes off, and the brushers knew it. They said if we wait, we know it'll come down.
Babin still upset, and Kathy, remember what she even said,
Yes, she did.
that this is also where Sylvie Quillian will come into play. She's the calming factor, and quite often will speak to Jill when she lets her emotions maybe get the best of her.
Well, Jill said very openly, I do tend to get riled up, and that's one of the things and one of the roles that Sylvie has is to pull Jill back away from that.
1-2, touch them. Oh, how do you like that? How is that? Well done, Sylvie Quillian.
Oh, that is spectacular.
Listen to the people here, and they're on their feet for it.
They should be.
It's sweet. That's some highlight reel stuff. Nice throw.
She's had a lot of them.
Okay, about the same as yours.
Top 4 T.
Yep, we can wait. Top 4. Top 4 T.
My broom.
Coming off. Top 8.
Yeah, line if you can.
So close.
Hard,
Yep. Top
left
8.
side.
Line only.
Line's
Top
good.
8. Just gotta go.
Line's good. Hard, you gotta go.
Fully.
Hard, you gotta go.
Bite.
Hard. Doesn't have to curl.
Biting core.
Hard.
Biting
Doesn't
core.
have to- Yep. Go, 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 go.
Nice. Good breath. Good.
Nice come around draw by Val Sweeting.
Good. Great weight, Val. Good shot. Yeah. Good.
Do you want the same weight or just want to throw 10?
I like the same.
Okay.
I don't mind the come around with my thoughts, but
Yeah, but it's just.
Do you want it up?
I think we'll save that for Andrea. Okay.
First championship, though, in 20. It was a 4-0 start by Anderson. This week, New Brunswick went 5-0 to start. 8-0 for Team Canada. One more time. Have you got another one? Sylvie, can you do it again? Babin staying with it. You got it? Oh, come on. You got it? Sure you do.
Well, that was nothing compared to the triple. Two great throws.
good sweep, Jill. So this is the good stuff.
Val Sweeting.
Well, and good for New Brunswick.
Fair more.
I mean, if this is made really well, you still have both your Reds up front. They're not locked. You can run them back again.
It's more.
No.
It's top T.
No.
No, it's running way longer.
Gotta wait. It should be
Felt
top
very
button if we
similar.
totally leave it alone.
It's back 4.
It's back 4.
It's back.
Yep.
Whoa.
Bring it back there.
Whoa. Good. Okay.
Okay. Sorry, I thought that was very similar.
That's okay. I thought way more of the time. Yeah.
Great opportunity here for New
Although if we
Brunswick.
left it alone, it might come down. But we have
14-5.
Didn't think I kicked with that much more.
Like 420, I've been getting 15 twos on theirs.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that 7th end where it feels faster all of a sudden.
Yeah, I think the line is really important. I think I like 20.
Like 20,
So Team Canada with Last Rock. This now has a little bit the same kind of feeling from
I'm getting
Friday,
like 15 twos on theirs.
where
I'm going top 4.
Team Canada makes a mistake. And in that game Friday, Crawford took advantage all over it.
Well, some brilliant shots by Sylvie. The triple changed the end completely, and then one little mistake on that slide by Val. So this is a great chance.
That's big.
Mr. Way. To the back 9
one.
right now.
Okay,
Stay close. I liked it.
Whoa.
10.
Yeah.
Go, Kate. Go, Kate. Go,
Yeah.
Kate. Go.
Got it way out there. Now does it have enough to come over?
Whoa, yeah.
Keep going, Kate. Go hard.
Stay with it, and then that's the rub and roll.
That was so hard for Kate to brush. She knew it was back 12 and didn't know if they were close to hitting that shot stone.
Well, I thought I liked it out of my hand, but
It's
just
really faster.
16, if we took a little bit less ice, I really think it's like that spot where it's like really dependent on the line where it's going to end up. Like
if
if you do
you're
that
in
same
a little bit further, like
Yeah.
you hang so long
Yeah.
wide.
like if you do that same weight, but like
I
a
felt
couple
like I
feet
threw
in.
the same weight I've been throwing all
Might just
game.
be a little better than when you threw your last.
Just
Because we've thrown it so many times.
Yeah,
that
no, that's a
spot.
good point. Yeah.
Really good discussion to try and explain why they felt like it slid so well.
less than everyone else.
All you, wait over you, off the room.
Anderson, first.
Top four.
Got a curl if anything.
Love to leave this high.
Got a curl if anything.
No, you're here.
Oh, it's a quick spot, huh?
Oh, is it ever? Like they love that weight.
And they won't. So there's the out again. Chance again. Andrea Crawford.
Sorry, Karen. Okay, shoot.
Shoot. 15-2. Yeah, that's what we're aiming for.
Quick. 15-2.
Oh, is it ever? I think, and that's heavy, and the brushers didn't touch it. So I think you could probably throw a 15-8, maybe even a 16 and get it there. And that is fast to top four.
Just let us know the line.
Wonderful chance now. New Brunswick lay one in here right on top.
Really close.
I like that.
There.
There you go.
Well done.
Did they tighten the line a little bit? Andrea Crawford thought so. Thought they might.
T-line.
Have to watch the curl, though.
Oh, again, now it starts to go. Look at it start to swoop. Watch the over curl now. Watch where this goes. Oh, and it rubs and rolls away.
Oh, they got a bit mesmerized with the weight, and by taking that little bit of less ice, they almost had to be on it for the brushing to not lose it at the end, because you can't hold this. What a great throw.
Over curls, spills away.
All right, let's do it. You know how to make it.
And now a chance for two, but a difficult two. You can't, if you come to your own, tap it very far.
Okay, smidgen less, love it. Yeah.
Looking for their first deuce
Really like it.
since the first. Team Canada here in 7. Trying to stretch that lead over New Brunswick.
Very close.
Brienne's rock.
No. It's close.
Always Brienne.
Watch out now. Don't hit it too much now. Watch out now. Oh, and maybe they did.
It's close.
Okay, one for sure.
Good draw, Carrie.
All right.
Thanks.
Good. Good weight.
I think they may have.
I think it's a single.
Nice draw. Not a girl.
Measure, Val.
Yeah, I'll measure.
Oh, it's close.
So just after saying we hadn't had a measure, we're going to have one now.
It's really close.
Shoot.
And it's a huge second point when you think about it for New Brunswick. Trailing by 1, down by 2 with last rock in the 8th coming up.
One yellow so far.
He does. He's trying to psych out Val winning. This is your first time.
From the New Brunswick stone. Team Canada. Oh.
Two yellow. Yeah.
Yellow.
2 yellow it is. What a huge measurement. Big second point, Team Canada.
Great draw. Good call, Val. Way to let us know. No.
Just one sheet in play. 4 of them installed, of course, here at Fort William Gardens for all the round robin games. And all the games now, this one and tonight, on sheet C. It was that close. I really did think it was just the single.
Let it work a bit.
But it turns out the measure 2 for
Gotta go a bit.
Team Canada.
Yep. Jill's rock.
Now up 6-3.
Well, and the front end was complimenting Val because she was going, whoa, 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 whoa. And it was probably that much difference by them stopping brushing to not tap it too far, and they only get their single.
Thanks. Nice sweep. But you like that?
Yeah, just super tight.
Yeah.
Even like frozen to it.
Yeah.
Or do we ever? Never mind. I was gonna say choke
think so, hey?
and then use it.
Yeah.
But... Okay.
Corner freeze yours.
Yeah. Okay. All right. You saw mine. Okay, a little more than mine. Oh no, a little less. Yeah.
Mine's three.
Running
Coming.
line. Easy
Running.
line.
Take a look. Three.
Easy.
Whoa, what's all there?
Weight's good.
Come around it.
Take
Yeah,
a nice
then we gotta go. We're only top 12.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
We're just tight. Like
Top,
it was really
no,
close.
top 8. Val.
Val, go.
Val.
Yep. Val, go,
Yep,
go,
yep.
go, go, go,
Hard.
go. A little further, a little further. Go, go,
Hard.
go, 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 go.
Oh, nice.
That worked.
Good call, Carrie.
They were trying to freeze the top one, but that hung out a little
I
bit
don't know
on
what's
them, and
going on with hers.
good call to freeze the back one.
Still go around your own corner.
Yeah, I think you have to try and set up a couple back there and then try and open up in the middle.
Would you rather do this?
No. Just hit that yellow and stay there.
You can.
You like that or?
They're just gonna peel.
Yeah.
It's tough to
Whatever you like.
play that hit on those
Yeah, I
frozen
like whatever
stones
you
and
like.
stick
Always-
right there.
I mean, that's always there. This is there, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go here. Okay.
There is a slight stagger on those center line stones top
Yeah, we'll
8.
need a 7. Yep. Line only.
When does New Brunswick maybe
Line
think about
only.
going in behind there
Where?
with
8, 7, 5.
with the
Yeah, then.
intern?
I don't think they will. I think they'll actually run maybe that top yellow that's going to come in here back and open it up. They have hammers, so eventually they're going to have to do something in the middle.
Good Jill. Nice throw.
Going around gets them scoring in a really, really small
Try and
area.
stay on it.
Yeah.
Nice shot, Jill.
They might play on the top one now, Vic, like play even just a tap.
What are you gonna do?
Yep. 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 Clean. 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 Good.
Good one.
Nice throw.
Yeah, so you tap that and you try and stay on top of the yellow one.
Mm-hmm.
Try and get to nose.
And now when they chase in there, they'll
Nose is
remove
great.
some yellows as well.
And the shot stone, you want it out, or would you take it, junk it up at the back?
Oh, you could leave it at the back 12. But try and bring those red 12-foot stones into play. So
12,
back 12
yep.
or through. One's going to stay right there because they're frozen.
12, maybe 12-5.
Jill Bavin needs a big shot here.
Hard. Yeah, hard. No. Hard. Whoa.
Forward.
Curl.
Come up to the nose. Sit
Great shot.
there.
Good
Oh,
Jill.
it just rolls off the
Nice throw.
corner. We'll lose that shot rock through.
The angle wasn't great to be able to stay frozen, but still does the trick. Removes one.
Yep. Yes.
Hard.
Hard.
And runs it by, misses the stone edge of the 8, and then the shooter rolls over.
That's right.
So at the moment, without last rock, Team Canada is sitting 2.
Yeah, for sure. That's good, Val. We're 1 and 2, so it's good.
Good brush.
Had to stick the shooter.
I like that. Yeah. 11-5.
Okay.
We need more ice. Yeah, I think it's gonna curl. should be.
Yeah.
Side. Yeah, we talked about middle rock, and then she came in.
A little soft.
11.
Oh, yeah, then.
11,
Yes,
5.
yes,
5.
yes. If you're
11,
soft.
5.
A little soft out of her
Really
hand.
gotta go.
So forward has got her.
And this is, you don't want to be soft on a swingy turn.
Now, can you roll this underneath? And they do, right underneath. Back 4. Shot stone, New Brunswick.
They overbrush that because rolling a little bit more to the left than this run back double isn't there. Just so afraid of losing it on the swingy side.
Sneak it by, run it back, got it. No, drives it by.
Good, Val. That's good.
And that shooter does well to roll over now, not get trapped in behind that center. So something again for Team Canada to maybe run back.
Well, I have had barely any air by the yellow, but jeez.
If you'll ever. I don't think we can nose it.
Like she's probably just gonna do this. I guess we'll have a double. Okay. 12.
Okay. More. More for
This
12.
is okay. That's where I had Jill was here.
Okay.
Is that the former skip and Sylvie coming out there? Just that's her ice. She wants that. Leeway isn't given as much, I don't think, to the front end. I mean, they'll ask, but I'm just thinking, here's this former skip, maybe wanting and understanding the line maybe a little better.
I think so. I think there's a lot of respect back and forth. She has skipped, and if she wants a little bit more, she sees there's a reason why.
And it sits down there, sitting in 1-2 now, New Brunswick.
Well done. They just wanted to make sure they were kept 3 reds in the rings.
Yeah, we just don't want to leave a double on that 4, obviously.
Yeah.
So either it's perfectly got to line it up, or my other thought was just go like part way.
Part way, just roll to like here.
She might roll there
Roll
though.
under, though. And if she does, then I have this.
Yeah, I don't mind that double. She wraps. Worst case, it's 2.
Yeah.
Or do we ever do this?
Do you want to call time?
Sure.
Time.
Time?
Like we roll. If she doesn't roll back, she'll still get a deuce.
Yeah. If we roll to here.
Unless we
then she
roll
plays that double.
over to here, still a deuce.
Right.
What do you like?
I actually kind of like Val's call.
This one?
Yeah.
Roll to here?
Hit that one. Yeah. It's not the end of the world if you nose it. She probably rolls underneath, and then you play the double off the 8, where you're either getting the one on the can or you play it onto that one after.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
So if you roll to there, it's good. Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I either thought of like rolling to about here.
That's a great shot too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or we roll big.
Yeah. Yeah. I saw that too.
Yeah, that's a great shot as well. I'm thinking this is a pretty good scenario for us to hold them to 2 if we hit the 7 and roll touch this way.
Yeah.
Touch this way.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're good with holding them to 2.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah.
Okay. I like it. Kate.
I like how they walk through that. I think if you play the high one for the roll, if you don't make the roll, then they're hitting again to sit 3. The way you're really trying to roll here to the right, create a mistake. 2 for Team Canada, that's, I think at this point when they ended up with their 3 reds in the rings, 2 is pretty acceptable. And Carrie might have a chance at a double on her last one.
Yep. Yeah. For the roll, I think it's close.
Just roll a little bit to the right. Then she may leave you a double back.
Reach nice. 10. Clean. Yep. 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 Clean. Yep. Clean. Yep. Yep. Clean. Yep. Yep. Whoa. 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 Yep. Yep. Whoa. 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 7. 7. Yep. Whoa. Whoa. Stop. Straight. Stop.
underneath and they'll tuck maybe a little bit. Doesn't look. Looks like it's pretty much wide open.
At the logo, we were only had like pieces of it.
Good. Nice throw.
Ah, shoot.
You were talking earlier, Kathy, about Reed Carruthers and his approach. He really is. It's the Louis Riel district where he's the substitute teacher, and then he runs many curling camps as well during the summer. But
Like that with
the
a
way
12
he
and try
approaches it,
roll. Half a rock.
I really like.
Well, he's just got a great demeanor, and that comes from being a school teacher, I think, and also a player that's excelled. He used to skip in juniors, and then he went to third, and then he went to front end, and now he's back playing third. So he's run the gamut. So he's been in every position, and one of the biggest things that he thought he could improve on this team was communication. But I also like his communication. When he goes out for a timeout, he says, here's the shot. Now let's talk about ice. There's no dithering, and so he's brought that confidence to the team and clarity.
You gotta go. You gotta go. You really gotta go, Joe. You got it. Keep going.
Crawford. And, they just papered it on the way by. And they're sitting two.
I didn't. Hair soft,
And they left a double back.
I don't know if I let it go.
We haven't seen anything curl here, so I wonder if Andrea helped it just a little.
And not a lot of rotation on that stone either.
So there's your chance for your double back.
I thought you threw it really good.
And
Yeah.
Anderson out curling Crawford. Statistically and on the scoreboard, 6-3. The player numbers are brought to you by New Holland, proud sponsor of Curling Canada. This is a big shot to hold the shooter here.
Okay. Well, I think the goal number one is that double.
Still looking at a two if they can't. Here we go. What do you got? Bang, bang, go away. And there they are, sitting there. So sitting 1-2.
Like it. Beauty, Carrie.
Just a fabulous shot.
Good call.
The force is on. This was setting up for New Brunswick for a couple.
Yeah, so I mean that's I guess to my point is you don't hang that there. Then that other stone at the top is a possible deuce.
For a two.
Yeah.
More than here. Same as down here? Yeah. A little bit more than here, I think. 15, 20, Jill, do you like? Yeah. 20, 25. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I like it. I think you can go for line.
T. Line straight. Let go. No. Line straight. Hard
Pull 8 is what they need. And once again out there. In-turn draws just in the high 60s. Big draw. Need this, ladies. Desperately need this. Really big carry. Oh, I don't know. I think it's certainly they're better than one. Maybe got it there. Just got it there.
Oh, I think they did just, though, Vic.
It's definitely not that one.
That's gone.
Yeah?
Worth another measure.
I wonder what. They're at such a weird angle.
Great sweep.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Okay.
Something like that up
We'll
there.
measure. I think it's red, but.
Another measure.
Oh, very good end going.
Well, yeah.
That started to go sideways, and then the weight comes off. Little rub here just about took every ounce of slide out of it.
It did. Which I figured it would, but.
Yeah.
Well, because you had to go. Yes, yeah.
So here we go again. Last measure, last end in favor of Canada to get the deuce. New Brunswick.
Yeah.
And it is
Sorry.
toll. Just enough. But 4 hammers. 4 singles.
Okay. Yeah. Now we steal.
remember what we said earlier about the force efficiency of Team Canada, best in the field to force the opposition to just a single. And they've done that now 4 times.
Little more weight. Yep.
As we welcome you back to Thunder Bay on this final day of the Scotties. So Team Canada with the lead, up by 2. They once again have the last rock, playing the Yellowstones.
And 2 perfect tick shots to start the end by Brienne.
And it goes again to what you said earlier, maybe a couple of ends ago, that it's a different approach by Team Canada in this game as compared to their game the other night on Friday.
Yeah, I think they were pushing pretty hard Friday, which fair enough. I mean, going through the round robin undefeated, but they also ran up against a team that wasn't concerned about taking any risks, playing the come around and taking some of the ends away from them. And so this game seems a little different approach, and I can understand why.
Great sweeping, Val. Yeah, great pair. Good job.
This is more the style. I mean, they played the tick a lot, this Team Canada, and they play it all through the game for a lot of different reasons, to roll for corners, to roll into the rings, and didn't see that as much on Friday.
And Carrie Anderson just checking to her left at the New Brunswick stones, which are there, and want to avoid them, and does underneath.
Good call. Let's just cross center a hair, okay?
Okay. Careless.
Okay.
2.
It's running really straight.
Okay. Yeah, 3 right now.
Whoa, then no, we don't want 3.
Yeah, tight, really tight.
To your broom. A little further.
Pass your broom.
Nice go. Okay.
Come off the back of this, but
Yeah.
give it a go.
Trying to get that guard a little higher, because then you might get a mistake on one of the catchers on the right or the left, spring something back into the center that you can use.
Clean. Whoa.
Yeah.
Yep.
Whoa.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yes. Hard.
And we'll kick that one away.
At least they're not staggered anymore.
I hesitated to call it early.
So good at conversions,
Try.
good at forcing, and they don't let you steal a lot. That's a recipe for a lot of success for the 2-time defending champions, Team Canada.
Well, Carrie talked a lot about during COVID last year, where they did a lot of analyzing of games and of other teams. I think some of these teams, I know even Andrea talked about, that they did a lot during COVID, looked at their games, looked at where they could improve, and I think Team Canada has paid off incredibly. They know how to approach different teams, and they know, and they worked on their weaknesses.
It's interesting, Cheryl. It's one of those things we talked about last year in the bubble is, by the course of not being able to go and play, it forced teams to be more creative in how they train. And I think a lot of them realized that playing nonstop did not help their game, and watching video helped them with their strategy and also in dealing with other teams.
Well, it's certainly something that New Brunswick has done.
Yeah, both in.
What? Yep. Okay. Good ball.
More time training.
Well, and to Kathy's point, I think teams just looked so much more rested. You know, they came into events, even the Scotties last year, looking rested. Sometimes you see teams, by the time they get to the Scotties, they've played 12, 13 events, and it's always a points chase, and you just about can't get off the hamster wheel.
2, just for weight right now.
You got
Yeah,
one
still
more line.
2, 3.
Yeah. Oh, sliding.
Yeah.
That's what's impressive, Kathy. I think seeing Crawford's team in the finals, seeing McCarville's team, teams that don't travel and don't chase like that, but they work a lot harder at home and practice and maybe aren't as worn out sometimes.
Exactly.
Yep, 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 hard, hard, hard.
Shannon Burchard. And rolling it over as far as they can.
Okay, okay. Okay, all right. Works. Still all right. Good. Yeah.
My gut instinct was beside the rock. I should have stuck with it.
Regardless where this goes,
I think this room's great.
Andrea Crawford gets ready. Do you think Team Canada even chases, or they just look at the scoreboard and say,
draw around? Yeah.
we'll take a single here to be up by 3?
Yeah, I think they will. If this is buried around, I think for New Brunswick, they just want to make Canada maybe look at a couple on their last, force her to a bit of a tough draw.
I don't think it'll curl quite as dramatic.
Yeah, so something similar, right?
Might get a mistake out of it. We've seen it happen later in a game. Hit a slide path. You haven't thrown a draw for a while. So just make Carrie look at a couple if you can.
9 right now.
Yeah, back ring.
Where?
8, 9.
Jill only. Jill.
It's not moving.
Jill has to finish it.
Don't want to touch it.
Yeah, we're
There it goes.
It's close to being through.
Okay, well, then don't touch it.
we're back 12.
Stay with it. Finish.
Yep, yep.
Finish.
Go, Jill.
You
Go,
can.
Jill.
Yep, hard. All the way,
can,
all the way, all
if
the
you
way.
can.
Finish it. Go, 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 go. Oh, that came down hard.
Yeah, nice shot.
It's good.
Came down hard. Good throw.
Yeah, nice weight. It's a 4. Think we smoke this? Does it go?
You can see about half of that red stone from the hack.
Do you think
Yeah.
that's there, Shannon?
Yeah, I think you got to be like pretty
Thinner.
thin. A third
Yeah.
on the inside.
Probably can't chase that, hey?
You've got a little more than half, almost 2/3. I mean, even
Wow.
if you hit it
If
too
you tick that.
thick,
Tick
it.
yeah, it's not the worst, right?
Yeah.
Or what were they thinking?
Yeah, I don't think Carrie thought she could
got
see
it.
that much.
The other thing, too, is if you're Team Canada,
We
it's
don't
not
have to be
just
cute
about a
with it.
single.
We have the
You might
full
be able to
rings
get
to
a
draw
deuce.
to, and one
There is that
fine,
stone
yeah,
at around 2
Yeah.
o'clock that's on the edge of the 12.
All right, Carrot.
That just may put it out of reach.
Yeah, hack. Okay, you got it.
Oh, and if
know
you get a
it.
mistake too by Andrea, she doesn't stick around. There's a split for even a 3 there, so
Do you like nothing? Or do you like a little less?
worth trying to chase this one.
I like it. My thought was almost a little more, so I think that's perfect.
I think it's close.
Yeah. Just hack. Little light.
Easy, easy, clean.
It's really light.
Whoa! Clean, clean.
Yep.
Whoa!
Carrie Anderson.
Shannon!
And her first now. Burchard gets her.
We're really light.
Here comes that corner. If they sneak it, here it comes. Oh, well done.
Good brushing.
And now settle down, and it will at the back edge of the 8 to sit 2.
Just that was made with the brushing and the weight that Carrie threw. She didn't overthrow it or
Good
she's
throw.
rolling out. Great brushing on that one.
That's spots.
Yeah, it wasn't probably just good brushing.
Nice, good one.
Weight was good. All through.
And then she had that nice weight and allowed Shannon to get
I
that
like
to
it.
carve over.
Yeah, had a good like, kind of made like an arc
Yeah.
to get them. First sweep and then early they come in.
Yeah, 20, 25.
Yeah. I like, well,
I feel like
it's got to be back there.
Yeah, but I find the weight will come off. Yep.
Otherwise we have a draw.
Yeah, even if we take one, like I said, like we're still going to be up 3 without in the last end.
There you go.
So just make sure we score or get 2, pretty much.
Down to it. Freezing to the face.
We can always finish it.
They are.
Okay.
4 seconds?
Must have.
Close to that one I just threw.
It's a must-have for New Brunswick and Andrea Crawford. Anything less than being right on the nose would leave the opportunity for a possible 3.
Gotta go a bit. Get back there. Gotta get back there.
8 right now.
So much now.
8. You gotta go for
The judgment of forward and Babin and line call of Quillian. Right to the nose. They have to be glued right to the beak. And they'll get it to the just top edge of the 4.
I don't think I got out there all the way.
Yeah.
For 10?
Okay. Should come up a little here.
Yeah.
Babe.
It's like perfectly there. Just curl a bit early. Good throw.
Yep.
Hey guys, 10?
Yeah. You got it. Close. 9-5. 9. 9.
Clean.
Max weight.
Yes. Whoa.
Fair charge.
Heavy, Val. Like a 9. Little heavy, Val. Yeah, hard.
And through. Away it goes. And does
Still
it
good, even
sit?
if it rolls out.
No, it'll
Good shot.
spill,
Okay.
and that will be 2 more.
3 yellow. 9.
Yeah.
That far off.
Okay.
It's still really good.
It's okay. Sorry.
It's all good.
But that again
Yeah,
comes
makes
back
sense.
to what we
Great.
said,
Oh,
that
okay.
ability to score
Yeah. So
with
close.
last rock. The conversion
It was-
rate pays off
yeah.
3 times. And now they've held, of course, New Brunswick to 4 singles. 8-4, Anderson.
The Scotties Tournament of Hearts is brought to you in part by Purex Bathroom Tissue. Try soft and strong Purex. By BKT Tires and OK Tire. By Home Hardware, Here's How. And by Tim Hortons, the official coffee of Curling Canada.
And the decision has been made.
All right, one more, here we go.
And Team Canada will advance to the final as New Brunswick and Andrea Crawford have conceded. Make the final 8-4.
Right? Pretty good. I'm still not surprised.
What a wonderful run for Andrea Crawford and the team from the Capital Winter Club in Fredericton. And Team Canada now has won 2 of the 3 must-wins they need to repeat for a 3rd time. But standing in their way, Northern Ontario and Krista McCarville from the Fort William here at home. That will be the gold medal championship game tonight, 7 Eastern, here on TSN.
They didn't, just because we're a good hitting team. That's true.
Team Canada will have a chance for a 3rd straight national championship. And really it was a different approach for this Canadian team, playing a little more closed, not going as hard for 3s and more, just settling for the deuces when they had the last rock, and it pays off in an 8-4 win. The game story is brought to you by Tim Hortons, the official coffee of Curling Canada. And now meeting the media virtually is the 2-time defending champion, trying to put her name on that trophy 3 straight years. There she is, 20 and 21, and looking to join the likes of Vera Pezer, Colleen Jones, and Jennifer Jones. And standing in her way, of course, the hometown girl, the hometown team from the Fort William Curling Club right here in Thunder Bay, Krista McCarville against Carrie Anderson in the final of this year's Scotties tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And of course, we'll have that must-win mixed doubles game from the Olympics. Rachel Homan, John Morris against Italy. That's at 8 p.m. So you'll see it all right here on Canada's Sports Leader when we join you again from Thunder Bay and the Scotties. Sunrise here in Thunder Bay, our final day, just 2 games to go till we crown a new Scotties champion. They have been near perfect all week. And there it is. For 4, Team Canada, the two-time defending champions, poured it on in that 3-4 game. Now, Team Canada just one win away from another trip to the final. Andrea Crawford has shocked everybody here in Thunder Bay. New Brunswick looks to win their first title since 1963. The semifinal from the Scotties next. So here we go. Just 2 games remain. Let's catch you caught up. What happened last night? It was the 1-2 phase playoff. And it was Northern Ontario against New Brunswick. This goes to an extra, and we are tied at 8. Krista McCarville without last rock. Plays her last. Looking to steal a possible win. So does that now allow the double for New Brunswick? Andrea Crawford, here she is, extra. Needs to make the double, come across, just kick it left, bang, and slides underneath. And so, in front of some 400 here at Fort William Gardens, Northern Ontario steals the win. They are through to tonight's final. We'll have it for you 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Coming up now, the semifinal. The winner will advance New Brunswick against Team Canada. As on this Sunday afternoon, we say hello, Canada. Welcome back to Thunderway, and Cheryl Cathy alongside. Look, if you would have said to New Brunswick, when this all started, you're going to be in the semifinal game, they would have said, thank you very much.
They would have. And you know what? This is a team that they've taken advantage of all their Scotties appearances, their junior Canadian experiences, and then add to that the belief in themselves, their attitude out there. And the bigger advantage is when the opportunity presents themselves, they capitalize.
Something new for Team Canada, they had to come through the 3-4 game.
Well, they did. Shannon Burchard said, we know that there's a way to win it, and this is brand new for them. They're in 3 consecutive elimination games if they're going to win today because of Andrea Crawford. They got burnt by her the first time. Look for better rock placement today.
So it is the semifinal when we do come back. The Scotties from Thunder Bay.
We came into this week just really wanting to be in the right headspace to play well, and we've worked really hard. We put a lot of time in on and off the ice, so we knew that we belonged in this field, and we just worked really hard to believe in ourselves.
We got down early in our game against them, but we battled back. We put a lot of pressure on them too, but Andrea played
nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in terms of the other sheets, I talked about sort of the open style of play. I talked about the rookie skips, and Skylar Ackerman was not forced. She had a wide open blank attempt, took a little bit of tight ice, wound up nosing. That's how she got her one. Carrie Anderson was in trouble the entire end, playing some runbacks. She was facing 2 on her final and was forced in the single. And Krista McCarville and her Northern Ontario team were lying 2, and that forced Corinne Brown to take the single, and she did.
Yeah, an overcurl on sheet A and B for the blanks.
Well, it's not unusual, I don't think, that from the practice ice to the day that you actually play, it changes. And I think that the teams are going from what they saw earlier, and they're going to have to adjust.
I like what you said, Joanne. I love watching the sport at the highest level because it's those little things. And you're exactly right. Caitlin had a free one. She said, I'm going to put it over here. We haven't been on this side. Little extra pebble, over curl, and she gets the force.
Well, Desiree Haas on this team brings the most experience, played for many years for Corinne Brown. And we saw her at the Scotties. In moving to Alberta this year, she had the opportunity to reach out to the Sturmey team and say, I'm not an import anymore. I'm living here, because her and Tyler have bought a house. And it's, in my opinion, a really good addition to this team.
Yeah, this team is made up of the other 3 athletes. They all had success in the youth sport competition. All 3 of them coming through the University of Alberta curling program. So
I mean, it produces phenomenal curlers, but it's all a lot of the same concepts. So everyone's on the same page instantly. But what Desiree brings is that fresh perspective. So you have a really nice balance on this team of that consistency, but then that room for the extra.
I was really impressed in the Alberta final. Like, they were in big trouble, and you know, that steal of 2 to win. Wow.
Unexpected miss here.
Sorry,
Jocelyn
just a big
Peterman.
ad.
Yeah, had the opportunity to use their corner guard, but first end might have just tricked them a little bit. Those draws to the wings, the first down the path were just really slow, and now second end, there's been enough foot traffic. Everything's warmed up enough that she won't be happy with that miss.
We look always at how the teams get here, and obviously Sturmey is a team that won their provincial championship earlier in the year. They do a round robin, went 6-1, finished first, and that earned her a bye to the final, and it was a feisty final. Some great curling. Kayla Skurlik elected to play a draw in her final. Stewin was facing 2, went deep, and that allowed that steal of 2 and the victory. That's how they got here.
Center where there's a bit of fresh pebble. They're really curling.
Nice throw, Sina. Good.
Well, and for Caitlin Laws, the province like Manitoba was very different this year in the absence of Jennifer Jones and Carrie Anderson, who were already here. She was the top-seeded team, went undefeated in her group. There are 2 pools, and in the championship round went first. That earned her the bye to the final, and it was a very, very well-played final, defeating Beth Peterson 9-8. To earn her right here.
What'd you do, Joanne? And when it's a little bit of fresh pebble here, it's pretty sharp. Did you raise your speeds, or did you take more ice?
When it's
on a hit?
Fresh like this on a hit, I typically prefer to raise the speed, just because when you give away the rock, when you take a ton of ice with those lighter weights, you never know when you're going to get burned. And sometimes when it's sharp like this, once the rock starts to curl, it's hard to stop it. And if you got a little bit more speed to it, it's a lot easier to manage.
Gotta go. Weight's good. Yep. Okay, just lead. Just lead. You're rolling away. Good sweep.
One of the things that Selena Sturmey told Vic and I before the game is that one of their goals in the first half of this game was to just get real good comfort with the ice. And they do tend to play conservative, but do you feel, Russ, that at some point they should push the envelope?
Yeah, for sure, because it's the only way you win out here, especially a team as talented as Caitlin Laws from Manitoba. Yes, you have to, and when do you do it, right? It's easy for the coach to say, oh, when you're comfortable. When is that?
That may not be till tomorrow.
Could be game 4, right? Yeah, exactly. So, but, at some point, they've got control. They don't have to, but I think you're going to see them throw up a corner guard and get at it in the 3rd or 4th end.
Their benefit to playing a little bit open to start is they're going to bank some time on their time clock. Only with that one timeout, that new rule, it'll give them some time towards that second half of the game when they need to settle down the heart rate a little bit.
9-5, good weight.
Joe, when you were playing with Rachel, did you ever, as a front-end player, give her the message, we're good to go now? Or was that a decision that was made with Rachel?
I still feel her tight.
It was a team decision kind of thing. We touched base in between ends and just get a feel for how everyone was feeling. But towards the later part of the team's their story, we really tried to not get into games and say, oh, let's get comfy first. The great teams are the ones like Jennifer Jones who can first end, put up a centerline guard, put up that corner guard, and go. And in order to learn how to do that, you're going to get burned a few times. So I'd say early on, feeling it out, but as you get better and start to strive to be at the top, you got to start going for it.
No question. Especially now that with the rule, the 5-rock rule, it's hard to run and hide. I think it'll be interesting, Kathy. You know Caitlin better than I do, but she doesn't mind keeping it simple.
No.
You might not see her throw center guard for a few ends.
You have a battle of two teams here that are both very strong and capable, but both of whose happiness is in a relative simple game.
I was the opposite. I needed a front end loader and just get the rocks off the ice each end.
Selena Sturmey on her final stone. Probably like to roll just a little bit, try to change it and make it a little bit more difficult for Caitlin than throwing in the same path. So final stone here in 2. Caitlin looking for the blank.
No, I like that. That was a good throw.
I touched on it that if I was playing against Caitlin, I'd rather her have to draw the button. You know, she's drawing the 8-foot all day, but the button than this type of shot. Her mechanics are just spot on. It's one of the best deliveries I've ever seen. Not taking a ton of ice either, though.
And so with that throw, that is the blank. Caitlin will carry the hammer as she goes into 3, and we'll see if there's a little bit more activity. Welcome back to the Scotties Tournament of Hearts here in Calgary. We were here in the bubble not that long ago. It is such a different feel, and so many of the teams, the players that were here last time are so grateful to have an opportunity to come back to this great city and have some fans to show their appreciation. It has been a simple game so far, but that is not unusual in this first outing.
We're good. Yep, hard curl. Try and get centered. You're good. You're good. Nice.
Well, one of the teams that certainly knows what it's like to play in this building, full or empty, is Carrie Einarson, who won the last time that it was here. And it was all St. George in the first end, but the pressure has been on very much by Carrie Einarson and her team. Carrie making a lovely come around, and that forces Laurie and her team from the Glenmore and Laval-sur-la-Lac Curling Club to make a tough shot.
She made her first one, but Carrie was capable of getting it out of there.
Needs to get to the 4-foot and will not. That is a steal of 2. And right now, the back end that we talked so much about, Jamie Sinclair, Laurie St. George, a combined total of 53%.
This is the widest anybody's been. Yeah, this is wider than I had by.
I think it's going to be a little heavier out here.
Yeah, it'll probably.
Our sheet, the battle at lead has begun. Paige Papley with a really nice setup, getting her first rock right in that control zone, top 8 in front of the tee line, and nice tight guard, utilizing that 5-rock rule. Meanwhile, for Kristen McCouche on Team Manitoba, she was looking for her first guard to be a bit closer to the rings and then tried the come round, unable to get there. So advantage to Team Alberta right now.
Top 4.
Oh, like that draw that Quebec just missed. It, once they're curling into the center. They're just not gliding yet.
I meant to 8 is gross.
Well, for so many years, we saw Suzanne Burt come out of PEI. This is the rookie skip, Jane DiCarlo, but it is actually Veronica Main that throws the 4th stone. And an opportunity presenting itself early in this game. This is the second end. An opportunity for 2.
Yep, well, clean. Yep. Can't hurt it. Yep. Yes, nose, yep. Hard.
And nicely done. That's the 2-point and a 1-point edge for the team from PEI.
Oh, very nice. Got 2 of them, kicked the other Alberta stone out enough that they can get at it. Maybe a short run back, maybe.
The 5-rock rule now, it's just so important to make noise on these run backs to the 2nd and 3rd position, and the shooter rolling off the center line. Really helpful for Team Manitoba. Jocelyn will be very happy with that.
Those run backs are all or nothing. I'm staring at Kathy here.
Yeah.
Jacques, I don't mean to throw your son under the bus, but
there is a bus.
There's a bus, but now he threw 3 or 4. I think they were triple run backs
in the Alberta play.
And he was like an 1/18 of an inch one direction or another, and making this great shot to get out of jail, and they just stuff, and all of a sudden you're in big trouble.
Top 4. Yep.
When you empathize for the seconds, because you haven't seen that line yet in the game, and they need to be absolutely perfect. Like by the time the 3rd and the skip get to throw, you've seen it a few times.
Now we've shown you the Saskatchewan PEI update and the Canadian one. The other sheet that we didn't is the Northern Ontario battle with BC, and it was a lot of pressure by Krista McCarville, but a good shot by BC forced Krista, and that is the 1-1 tie.
Very nice. You see so many of these run backs made nowadays, but at the end of the day, it's a circle hitting a circle. It's, it's go home, try it at your own rink. It's not easy.
Really important to stick the rock that was run into the house. Now Alberta's going to chase it. They could ignore it. It's a second shot and really go for it, but they're not looking to play that kind of game plan just yet.
Yeah, it'd be tempting, wouldn't it? But this, just this simple nose splits the reds, which is nice.
There's no need to push it right now, so going with a more conservative call, nothing wrong with that.
Coming off air. Yep. 10.
And it's either a product of U of A or genetics, because her brother Karsten Sturmey just lost the semifinals in Alberta and very much approaches the game in the same way. So I don't know, Joe, you're from Alberta. Do you have the view? Is it a U of A teaching, or is it just the Sturmays like to keep it simple?
Well, it's been a number of years, but I actually also played in the U of A program for a few years, and it's a great way to build curlers. You get a lot of help technically, but there's also a lot of tactics focus. There's playbooks, and if the score is this, you should do this. If it's, you should push at this point in the game, or you can play a bit more conservative here, and it's very much gives a great structure to young up-and-coming athletes. When they're in these big moments, you can really lean on that playbook.
It needs to sit for line. Needs to sit for line.
Needs to sit
Gotta
for weight.
slow down.
Full back 12. 13.
Whoa.
Selena. This rock. It moved.
Selena.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it.
It's hard to tell on TV, but when you're on the ice, these rocks they hide in the logos, and you just
Yeah, it's true.
easy to have it happen. But the nice thing is that they leave a little bit of a ring on the ice, so she's able to just jiggle it back into place. No harm, no foul.
That was 14-4, so that's probably close. Yeah, hers drowned in a bit.
You got it.
Team Manitoba's got to be a little careful here. There's really no path to draw to the button. Tight guards on both sides would block in-turn or out-turn draw to the center line.
Whoa! We're close! Gotta wait. Stop 8!
I saw a lot of Danielle Schmiemann when we were in the bubble playing mixed doubles with John Morris. And so this will be a nice return for her.
Hard does. Yep. Yep. Hard. Right back. Right back. Hard. Sorry.
And they lie 3, they being Alberta, and the crowd's very appreciative of that.
4-5. Okay. Run better than yours. 14-6.
You like this? Not really.
Okay.
But I guess she's too nice.
Interesting.
Okay.
Alberta Stone just a touch deeper than they wanted it in the house, so I like this call. It can freeze right on top and get shot. It's just a very precise shot right now, and Manitoba's been having a hard time with that rock placement.
And you heard Selena, who has to execute this, say, I don't really like this. That scares you a little bit. Gotta go to get a bye.
Gotta go!
Top 12 it! Bounce it! Unlock it!
Boy, oh boy. Yeah, you know, Caitlin might not have heard the comment.
Why were we calling that?
But if Selena didn't like it,
That's a communication thing. Caitlin did say before that she felt one of the things they were working on this year was in fact communication, and she thought they were doing well. But that's also where, Joe, do you think if a front end hears the third saying, I don't like it, that you can throw the tee and say, let's talk?
Yeah, I think that's an opportunity for someone to jump in. It's a new team. There's 2 pairs that came together, so, you know, it's not a bad call. And if Selena's comfortable with draw weight, it's probably the call to make. But it's one of those moments where you're still feeling each other out, and it's big trouble now that they didn't take the time to talk it through. Those guards being overlapped is just huge trouble because neither one are available to run into shot stone.
Just like full 12.
Yeah.
I like that. Just basically plug that hole so she doesn't have to draw path. Sounds good. If you're heavy, you can take it like to it. Sounds good.
And this is what you want.
Is quite a bit better than your draw to the pin.
First Scotties, first game, your first draw. You've got some window to work with.
pretty close to the draw the button path too. Maybe a little inside it.
Top 8! Wait if you can! Close. Top 8! Top 12! Coming down a bit! Curl! Top 8!
Little curl.
Top 12! Straight! Blue! Straight! Just top 12! Hey, whoa, if you're top 12.
Oh, nice.
And top 8, I mean. Good throw.
Be real careful here, Joanne. It's you can try a run back, but if you miss it, you could be out of the game. This might make more sense.
Just top 12. Hey, whoa, you're top 12.
Look at that finish.
Yeah, really well managed rock. No one panicked early. Everyone knew the tolerance there. Like, just could not be heavy. So sweepers were very patient with it. Anything light played.
Blocks off both those short raises too, because if the yellow comes into the top red, they're still sitting 3.
You got it, Caitlin.
Well, you need to roll here if you're Caitlin Laws.
Caitlin Laws facing 4, looking for the inside roll.
Yep. 4, 5, 10, 5, 11.
Right in between. They probably could have got off that earlier and maybe saved it. Yikes.
She could probably get there this way here.
Caitlin, good throw.
Speed, Caitlin.
Just that lighter weight. You have to play the lighter weight for the roll. You want to be able to use your sweepers a bit, but just once they start curling early in the game, it's really hard to hold it.
Like, I was thinking halfway.
Especially now, those sharpened rocks in the next couple of days, I think, are going to make a big difference.
For here? Yeah.
It's just a tad slower hog to hog too, so you know the rock's just dying a wee bit sooner than you thought, and you're going to get that extra curl too. I don't know. You could plug the hole. You could go in turn right around everything.
Yeah, I think they've decided to guard. There's a raise on the yellow rock on the left-hand side of the screen.
8 feet less in this path.
The tight yellow one.
Will be as good, hey?
Yeah, or maybe even just guarding the draw line there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, just kind of like in line with middle 8, halfway.
Well, so much news today about Carrie Anderson's team and Brianne Harris being deemed ineligible, and wondering how the team would be able to overcome so many of the distractions. Kristen Karwacki, their longtime 5th, coming in. Count them up. I don't do the Vic count. I'm just going 4 is what she is facing. Laurie St. George tried to draw on her first one. It is a stone biting the top of the 12. This is the in turn, the same path she threw, needs to get to the hearts.
Gotta go, wait. T-line.
Starting to curl.
Team Canada may in fact be line 5 as we look at that. And does it roll off enough for second shot? I love how our entire booth leans forward.
Where the
They could see.
That's close.
It's a pretty good draw, there's no doubt. And Reed Carruthers will be earning his pay this week.
Yeah, I think so. And then also, I think
it looks as though they may measure.
So they're holding
it seems to
out
be
a lot longer.
This tough little shot here for Caitlin. Not a big port there, Joe.
No, and it seems like in this spot, once they start to go, they're moving. So even just to hold Alberta to 1 would be a good result.
And in that Team Canada Quebec game, they have called for a measure. Once it's done, we will let you know the result. Well, facing more pressure for sure than she probably anticipated or wanted. Caitlin looking for the 4-foot.
It took off.
Has to get it by the 1 in the 8-foot. And will not. A steal of 2 for Team Alberta. It's a pretty good lead for the rookie team at their first Scotties.
sunrise here in Thunder Bay. Our final day, just 2 games to go till we crown a new.
Yep, finish it, yep.
And if there's a comfort associated with rocks, Carrie Anderson's I think that it was early in the third end that Selena made a statement.
Yeah, and the end was setting up so nicely for Team Alberta, but I really feel like this just put the nail in the coffin and just put Team Manitoba in a pile of trouble. Had some room to work with here, but just put it in the absolute perfect spot. And a great precision draw to start this game. Really nice, patient sweeping here. No panic early, there was room, and they waited, and the rock just came in perfectly.
And that is your key shot, brought to you by BKT Tires, growing together.
To your point, Joanne, they managed that beautifully because Caitlin throws hers, and they immediately started to carve it to make a curl, and it overcurled.
Yeah, I mean, and we're still learning the ice here, Russ, but it's just looking like they run for quite a while. But if the weight's good, they come up. If they're heavy, they're gonna lose that break point and run very straight. But looks like you need some patience early. And
Close there. Top 4, top 8. Okay, line's okay. Top 8. Can be biting top 4 on this line even. Yep. Biting top.
Her shoulders to produce the kind of result that we're used to seeing Brianne Harris, and they've done a really good job.
Yeah. I don't just hate the single rip for now.
Nice call here. It's a scoreboard call. They're up 3. They could pile another one in there. But those yellows can come back to haunt them here later. That's what Laws is going to try to use for protection.
Yep. Clean. Yep. Hard. Good. Top 4.
Saskatchewan, that's Skylar Ackerman with a 3-2 lead after hitting for 2 last end, takes the edge in that game. We showed you that, well, we didn't show you the measure, but we told you the result of the measure, a 5-0 lead over Quebec. And Northern Ontario's Krista McCarville now with a 3-1 lead in the 4th end over Corinne Brown.
Little finish if you can.
Burnt it.
Just coming over the hog line, I burnt it.
Was it like really bad?
Like touched it, like. Thanks, Lena.
Very nice.
And that's a great example of sportsmanship because you have options inside the hog line. She could have said, well, take it off. It was a moving stone. She could say, I'm going to put it where I think it was, or she could leave it. And it's nice to see that.
Tricky little shot here. The lighter finesse weight in the inner line that was curling before, but it'd be worn in now.
Curl. 11.
Can't see all this Manitoba stone.
Curl. 11. Curl. Weight's coming off a bit.
It's a really nice shot.
Boy, it's an impressive start here for this young team. I expected the exact opposite. No offense to them, but you know, as you talked about, it's the trifecta. First time here, on TV, home crowd, home barn. That was a tough shot, made it look easy.
Well, this is a team that we've covered at the Canadian Juniors or the U21s before, so it's not the same at all at the Scotties, but it's also exposure to something that really matters and having that crest on your back. And the real challenge as you look at it right now is the draw weight for Team Manitoba. They're 52% on 13 draws. Pretty tough to win or to score points when you're trying to find the paint.
Yeah, that's hard. It's the first game of the event, and you're trying to sort out the ice, trying to sort out the rock. So if somebody has a tricky rock, you don't know if it was the thrower, if it was the spot, and just trying to solve it all. But there's not a lot of leeway to do that when you're playing against a team that really isn't faltering. Nice double made by Selena Negevin. Open up the forefoot a little bit here. They might be able to use their guard. There's just off center.
Caitlin has to change gears here now. It's, the blank opportunity's out the window. It's late enough in the end. Try to generate a 2 around that guard.
Felt like 14-8 on mine, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they saw this path on Jocelyn's draw. Should be in the ballpark here. They'd like to create some space between the guard and the thrown stone so that the run back is harder.
Line's good. Close for line. Light. Not there. Weight's close. Line's great.
I think. Top 4.
Top 4. Right. Line's perfect. Yep. Top 8. Yep. Line. Hard. Hard. Hard line. You gotta go hard, hard, hard. Good sweep.
Just didn't pick up on it soon enough.
Yeah, a little bit lighter than what the sweepers were calling. They were saying T-line. That was probably about top 8, and they liked the line with the late break that we're seeing. It just took off at the end there. That can be so deflating for the team. It's just, you make one, you put some pressure on your opponent, you get a skips 2 here, and it's a totally different game.
Right.
Kind of wavy there. An 11. Okay, I like that. I think he'll track a little bit.
Well, in the battle of 2 rookie skips, it's who's more comfortable quicker. And Skylar Ackerman is a really, really strong hitter. She did that in the provincials. She had a chance to draw for the win. She played the hit. But it has been the draw game in this last end that has given her opponent a lot of trouble, bearing 2 around a center guard or just off the line. And so it is the forefoot that is needed in order to score. And this is the 4th rock thrower, Veronica Main. She does not call the game, but she throws last stone.
Perfect. Yep, it's going. Yeah, just a 10. It's going, yep.
That's starting to curl hard too.
Line's perfect. Take hard line. Hard line. Take it. Take it. Take it. You have to take it. Yes. Go hard. Hard, Whitney. Hard. Hard.
Oh, another one that just was lost at the end. They thought lots of room. It looks like a steal of 1 for Saskatchewan to take a 4-2 lead.
That's too bad. They had that all the way down. They just had to keep staying on that. They're more worried about the line than the speed.
That way if she makes the roll, we have. Sounds good. At 15-2 on Selena's, looks like it's running pretty nice here.
Yeah. Just like that, a miss out of Alberta, and Caitlin's got a great opportunity here to come around and put some pressure on.
How quickly that changed.
So one thing when you're trying to defend in an end with the 5-rock rule and there's a couple guards in play, all it takes is one miss.
Be a little careful here with the big curl. She throw this to the T line, it'll set up a yellow double.
Just top 12. Gotta be there. You need 8 foot.
Yep.
Everything you got.
All you got.
Push.
Push. Push.
Faster, 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 faster.
Go, 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 go. You got it. Hard.
Whoa.
Good.
Nicely done.
Good.
You can hear the intensity from the sweepers there.
Well.
Good, Kristen on the inside. So Jocelyn's on the outside. He's got 2 sweepers down, but Jocelyn is also doing some cheerleading here. And I'm going to tell you, as a front end player, that makes a huge difference. This rock had to be second shot. Had to get this rock to the 8-foot. Build some momentum for your team.
See, that's cheerleading, Russ. When you skip, you were just yelling, is that all you got? Go harder.
Exactly. Like what are you doing?
That's not
there?
That's not cheerleading. That's harassment.
Harassment.
But it's true. When you have somebody saying you've got it, you just find an extra gear because you're thinking, okay, then maybe I do. Great example of that.
Sounds good.
Buried enough, that rock of Caitlin's, that if this is right behind it on the side of the button, it'll be a difficult shot for Manitoba. You'd have to roll perfect, though.
When we talk about how underrated Krista McCarville is, because she does not play a lot, does not have a lot of points. And she's also added Andrea Kelly out of New Brunswick, a great thrower, made a wonderful touch shot in this end, and now lies 4. And that is what Corinne faces. She does need a bite of the hearts in order to score.
Hear that hard line early, about halfway down the sheet. That's big trouble.
Jen Armstrong, Sam Fisher working hard, trying to get it there. And it will not. A steal of 2, and that's a 5-1 lead for the team from Northern Ontario.
But there's definitely a common theme here. Is there overcurl, slightly light overcurl. Hits, draws, come arounds. It's just a shade slower than usual, but there's a lot of bite to these rocks.
Looking for full 8 for the 2. And just like that, one missed shot by Alberta flips the end around. 2 points and a 1-point deficit now for Caitlin Laws. Welcome back to the WinSport Event Centre. We are in Calgary for the 2024 edition of the Scotties Tournament of Hearts. Our feature match, Manitoba, represented by Caitlin Laws, and Alberta's Selena Sturmey, who got off to a very quick start, but the deuce back by Caitlin has kept it close. Well, those red rocks that you see, that has been pressure and very typical of what Laurie St. George has faced when she has sat in the hack end after end, except for the first. It is 3 that belong to Carrie Anderson, trying to make the double and stick right there for the single.
Yeah, if you high side it, you make the double, but you're going to roll too far.
That will roll too far. Steal of another one for Carrie Anderson, and I just have to shout out my respect as a player. When things go off on your team and you lose a teammate or something like that happens, just the mental fortitude to stay in the moment, stay on the ice, stay with your team and make the best of it. Well done.
No kidding.
What are you doing?
Bye. I was like, what do you mean? Okay, good end.
They're calling down Kristen. They're like, no, you have a team meeting. Kristen's still learning the ropes. Am I not supposed to go throw now?
She's thinking about fifth end snacks and all the other support roles she always does for this team.
Yeah, true.
She's probably going to get the snacks.
Yeah, she's setting the snacks up, that's right. Reed's doing double duty.
Well, there's a number total at 66%. It is the draws, and I feel that if we look at the stats across the board, we're going to see that as a very common message on all the sheets tonight. Getting used to the stones, getting used to the ice. How fast, how much leeway do you give them, Russ, before they have to figure it out?
You just being critical of them, you mean? Yeah.
No, like in terms of draw weight, we're saying the numbers are low everywhere. How long do people have in your mind to figure it out?
Well, the best in the world figured out before the first end. You know, you got that 10-minute practice. You practiced earlier today. There's kind of no excuse other than these rocks are freshly sharpened. They don't have the buck on them. I think it's way different than practice this morning. So, you know, you certainly at the halfway point, you have to have it figured out.
Joe?
Yeah, I think I'd give the team some grace here. For everyone, it's learning the trends. Every game you're going to see teams improve. You're going to see what it seemed like early and how it gets to be late. And with consistent ice conditions, you'll see the play get better and better as the week goes on.
So, it's fine.
Sorry, I don't even mind a guard. A throw one guard. It's tight.
Quite the momentum swing in our game all of a sudden here. Manitoba, for the first time all game, is able to put some pressure on Team Alberta. Talked about coming around this guard, and they're opting instead, even though these rocks are behind the tee line, choosing the guard. I kind of like this, Russ.
I do too. I definitely do. It's way too early to race to the forefoot here. That's such a short run back for Manitoba or for Alberta. And if this doesn't curl, it's an avenue to get all 3 of those yellows.
Keep going, keep going. Never stop. All you got, just all you got. Never stop. Get to center. Gotta get to center. Top 4, top 8. Get to center. Go, 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 go.
Now there's actually a triple opportunity, or even dead on make a double and leave yours in the rings. It's when to go, isn't it?
Speed off with the car.
Yeah, that rock curls an extra half rock, and it plays.
Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa. Curl. Curl. Curl.
Close.
Whoa. It's good.
Nice throw.
Yeah, create some space in the forefoot now. Get those rocks out into the 8-foot.
You know, we've covered so much curling. The fact she hung around makes a big difference in this situation, because Caitlin can't roll to our right without jamming it. So if she's going to hit it, she has to roll away, and that opens everything up for Alberta with hammer. So it's forcing Caitlin to ignore that rock, which could end up on the scoreboard.
On the 4.5 side. Okay. You got her.
This is the widest we've seen on the sheet here, Russ. They're all the way out into the middle of the 12-foot, so you have to wonder, will it be a little bit slower out here?
Good thing.
Now the draws really leap out again, 25%. Selena Negevin is a very, very strong player, and the draw game is also something that she would count on. And so when your third's at 25% with draws, it does tell you that your skip's going to be in a bit of trouble.
Nice recovery there.
And there goes her 25%.
Still a pretty good situation for Alberta, Joanne, because you've got that red one. It's in pay dirt right now. If you ever stick this run back.
These are always a bit of a question mark. Out turn just off the line. Is it going to back off at all? You're going to catch something fresh. It's fifth end, so you expect this to run pretty straight.
Yep. Whoa. Curl.
Might hit the back ones. Oh,
fancy.
There you go. Just no pictures on the scorecard.
Surprised them a little online. The call was hard out of the hand, and then
Yeah.
it just straightened right out.
Yeah, to your point, maybe it just runs there. Oh, that's stopped in a pretty good spot.
Yeah.
There's technically a double here, but you could stuff it and leave the Reds in play just as easily.
Lead it! Hard! Good. Really good.
So close.
Really good.
Nice to get that freeze unlocked, though. It's not the end of the world here. Alberta will have to be careful not to leave a double.
Nice unlock it, actually.
Draws the wing there.
There's like dead frozen.
Room for error, but still they need to be quite precise. You know that Caitlin will take a run at a double.
And with a pretty good success rate, she's a wonderful hitter.
I just thought I was making the top double off her own.
Little tight. Close. Little light. Back forward.
Gotta go tight.
Top 12. Tight guard.
We wanted these rocks even to leave no double, but it's just really coming down.
Top 8 would make it a thin double. You want to get it close to that yellow, though. Pretty good spot.
Good sweep. 4-9. Okay.
It's just a good example of everyone being on the same page there. Sweepers knew it was light, so they didn't just sweep it and make the double a little easier. They knew exactly where they needed to be.
Okay. But yeah, I think hair more add probably. Then it's fine. Good sweeping.
A veteran call here from Caitlin, too, Joanne. It's the double, I guess, is there, but your odds of making it are so slim, and then you're in big trouble because they probably will split the ring. So just going to be patient here. Try to hit and roll towards that red one. Stay in front of it.
Well, Caitlin's number's higher than the rest of the team, and you spoke about it earlier, Russ, about how well she played at the Scotties in Manitoba.
Yeah, you were there all week, right? Every time I was watching, she made everything. Look at this. Right on top.
Wow.
Oh, really nice call. There's so many teams that would try the thin double with no success.
Well, and on top of that, this is the first inside-out hit we've seen, so a little bit of a guess on where to put the broom. Just well thrown, great line call here.
Yeah, she threw a draw there in the first hand, but it wouldn't really be the same as a hit. Beautiful shot. Boy.
That should be okay. Sweep her good to even back 4. Okay. Probably need a low 4, 5. Yeah, that's what we were thinking.
Now, someone who has not had difficulty with draws tonight, albeit only 2. She has been perfect.
T-line, top 4. Line straight.
Remember that perfect shot we called as the shot of the game right here was top 8. This exact same line, so they should know what this does.
Wait there, wait there. No bounce, no bounce. No bounce.
Wow.
14. I think so. I don't think we can throw.
I agree. Yeah.
We just got to get a little lower to get this one to go.
So
Kind of wavy thrown.
Teal?
Okay, I like it.
those freezes are so hard, Russ. The perfect weight, perfectly managed by the sweepers, but unfortunately, it's left an opportunity here for Caitlin.
They'd love to throw in turn here, Kat, to get the spin, but that rock up here is just too dangerous, so they're going to have to play out turn. But anything high side, you hit it right where the broom is, you're not getting it out of there, so they obviously need a little bit of curl. But again, this is right up Caitlin's alley, but they have to be within probably an inch and a half of that top yellow one to make this work. Otherwise, it jams.
You got her, Caitlin.
Not a very good view from the hack. It's close to edge.
Yeah.
And needs to get to the edge.
Yeah, you've got to commit here. Very, very nice.
Stayed right there. Nice job. Really good.
She said before the game that they were building this year. Last year was about babies. You talked about the daycare this year. Next year, they know they're going to play a much more aggressive schedule. So this is not a team that's peaking right now, but they're still building. And this kind of shot making is going to give them a really good feel. Yeah, we like that.
2 perfect shots for Caitlin.
Trying to get right to the nose. Paige Papley just cleaning it in. And there's your single. Oh, a seesaw battle, but 2 great shots by Caitlin Laws to force Alberta.
The 2024 Scotties Tournament of Hearts is presented by Kruger Products, the softest and strongest supporters for over 40 years. By New Holland, proud sponsor of Curling Canada. By Montana's Barbecue and Bar, Canada's home for barbecue. And by PointsBet, the official sports gaming partner of Curling Canada.
Well, Selena Sturmey and her team, their first Scotties, not so for Desiree Haas. She's been here before. Ted Appelman giving some great advice. Let's look at the numbers after 5.
And it was all Alberta early here with Sturmey just really nice on her draws and laws, not quite getting it there in the third with a big steal. But coming back here strong for Team Manitoba with Selena Negevin just really looking to sharpen up for the second half of this game as the momentum seems to be shifting towards Team Manitoba.
These numbers after 5 are brought to you by PointsBet, the official sports gaming partner of Curling Canada.
We know that every moment of this competition is important, from the first rock thrown to the last rock thrown, and to just, we have an expression on our team, be where your feet are, focus on each shot, focus on each end, and that's what it's going to take.
All the best teams in the country are going to be here, and it makes it really hard, but it also makes it so you have to perform your very best all week from start to finish. Then we know we're going to have to be our best.
And that is our game tomorrow. Heather Smith, haven't seen her for a while, representing Nova Scotia, will take on Jennifer Jones with the big news this week that this was her last Scotties as she steps away from team play. That's 3 o'clock Eastern tomorrow, 12 Pacific. And what a field. We've talked about it. This is Pool B, and look at this. So you've got Rachel Holman, the hottest team in the country, Jennifer Jones, who has owned Scotties more often than not, and then that group that Joanne talked about in the middle. Those are all fighting for the spot and all so equal. This is going to be a heck of a week.
And to that point, I mean, these middle teams, like, they can show up and upset Ontario or Manitoba at the top of that pool too. They have it in their toolbox to do that, so it's just going to be so much fun to watch.
Keeping in mind too, Kath, you lose, like, let's take our game. Let's say Caitlin continues on the wrong side of the scoreboard. She loses this game. She's now 1 game behind Sturmey.
Yes, she is.
She hasn't played Team Canada. How do you catch Sturmey? Because if you don't and you end up tied with her, you're going to lose, your position on the draw to the button.
And
tiebreakers.
Just a reminder, in this format, you play within your pools, and only the top 3 will advance.
Quite tight.
And if there's a tie, it goes head to head. If I beat you in the round robin and we're tied, I get to move forward. There are no tiebreakers as Canada tries to align their system with what is happening at World and Olympic play, where there are no tiebreakers. So it's a tough lesson, but it's our reality in World and international play.
Little early if you can. Wait's close there. Only if you can, that's fine. Line's okay.
You could actually see a 6 and 2 not get through. So it's not only do you have to put some wins together, but you've got to win the right ones.
And top 12, I lied.
It's good, Dust.
Nice. 4-9.
Call here. It's just the guard, but it slips into the rings. You often see a little bit quicker in the 6th end. They do mop the sheet in the 5th end break, so that's a learning point for Team Alberta.
Yep. Hard. Whoa. 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 Girl.
Back up a little.
That's good. That's fine. Nice.
In a game that has been dominated by Carrie Anderson and her team, Canada team, Laurie St. George again facing 2 is being forced.
Top 12. Yep. Whoa. Yep.
Talk about the addition of Jamie Sinclair, former skip from the United States, is her 3rd. And she will stick for the single.
Hard.
She is always very effervescent and loves the game, and is just wondering when this was going to happen.
Hard line. Keep going hard. That's great. Hard. Top 12. You gotta keep going. Just top 12. Just top 12.
No.
Good.
We talk about some of the teams struggling with draw weight. It's sure not Alberta.
No, and on that note, Russ, they've changed gears a little bit. In the earlier in the game, in the 2nd end, they opted, or in the 4th end rather, they opted to play a peel when there were a couple guards out front because they were in the lead. And this time, they decided to keep the pressure on. And I like this call. Nice weight selection here. You can manage it with the brushing. Really want to stick this short run back.
Got to go to do that.
Yep. Whoa. Roll this one.
Very nice.
10-7.
We welcome viewers that were watching lacrosse on TSN 3 to the Scotties. We are in the 6th end of a match between Alberta's Selena Sturmey and Manitoba's Caitlin Laws. The edge right now is to the hometown, less experienced Alberta team, who has not flinched so far in this game.
Stuck the run back. We just kicked it out in the window there. It's wide open.
You think about mindset there's 18 teams in this event. Everyone's going to have different mindsets going into this thing. And as a team that is making their first Scotties appearance, they obviously mean business. They have high hopes for themselves, but they do have that luxury to not play with expectations. Whereas you look at a team like Caitlin Laws, they're a brand new team. There's so much talent on this team, but you can sense the frustration when things aren't quite going their way. And it's just such a tricky thing to manage mentally when you know you have all the shots, you know you have the 90% game in there, and you're just having a hard time putting it together as a foursome.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said. I think Sturmey can say, they're walking in here playing with house money, right? If they keep that attitude. And, you get a win like this, not that they've won yet, they're a long way away, but this would be massive.
And how much do you think that factors, Russ, into maybe that sort of tension that we see, knowing how much you have to win this game with only 3 advancing?
Huge. It's really a bonspiel within a bonspiel here, because we touched about it earlier. To get that 3rd and coveted final spot, you'd rather have 1 and 2, don't get me wrong, but you have to be careful who you lose to. Not that you have a choice, but they'd be way better you know, maybe to lose to the lowest seed and win this game.
Yes, because then your head-to-head, it won't matter.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's going to be close here, too. Okay.
You got it.
Selena Negavin's draw just slid a little bit deeper than they wanted it to. It's close to the ballpark, but an opportunity here for Alberta to really narrow down the rings with a freeze.
Really close.
Haven't seen a ton of draws on this side of the sheet yet.
Top 8. Top 8. Top 4.
Yep, pull for weight then.
Top 4. We're there.
Got a curl. Got a curl.
It should.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I didn't touch it, I swear.
Left to unlock it if you can. T-line, same kind of weight.
Same throw. Got her, Selena. T! I got more. Back 4. Hold it.
Third rock down this path. Now you expect it to run a little bit quicker. This could be trouble here. It's heavy.
You got it.
We're just
Straight. Score!
Trying to bounce it.
Good.
Pretty good.
Good sweep.
Yeah, it's kind of a physics thing, isn't it? You throw down that same path, you got a 40-pound rock riding over those small pebbles, you just wear them down a little bit less friction, especially if you're warming it up with the wonderful brushing we have nowadays.
Yeah, really precise shot there for Selena. You know, a little bit light, and that plays to Alberta, and the force is suddenly on, a little heavy, and you kind of open everything up and create a pocket of death. So that's, she'll be happy with that shooting coming into the second half of this game.
Just full 8. If line's okay, you can bring it to it, but okay.
The problem now for Alberta is they've got to be with one of the best hitters in the world in Caitlin Laws. This shot's available like that to sit 3 for Caitlin.
That to 15 is
Got to be a little bit careful where they put this. Not that that would be easy, Joe, but if you've got that top yellow thin, you could sit 3.
Yeah, she's made some beautiful precision peel weight hits tonight. You don't want to leave that for her.
There. Don't want to. Close there. You can wait. Top 8, top 4. I'm gonna go in.
Line good. Line
good. Straight. Top 8. Top 4. Top 4.
Close through line though.
We're there. We're to it. We're all the way to it.
Yep.
Bouncing a hair. Whoa, does go.
No, we're really good.
Very good. Nice.
Beautiful speed control.
Well, as we enter the second half, we look at what is the story as we look across the sheets. Skylar Ackerman risked very, very big and gave up a 4. And there was no reward for her. And the PEI team is finding draw weight and making the best of it. We've seen on our sheet, the Sturmey team doesn't seem to have any nerves, and Caitlin has made some wonderful shots to save her team. Anderson is rising above all the extra things that are going on their team. And Lori St. George has just struggled with draw weight, not being able to find it. Krista McCarville is not defying the seeding. She is not a 12-seeded team. And Corinne Brown is struggling with where to put the broom, hitting and rolling out end after end after end.
And even if we tap it a hair, then this isn't, then she doesn't have that.
Like even if we tap that and unlock, even more that way.
Yeah, okay. You good with that?
I think so.
Just have to be careful of leaving that, that's all. Can we call time?
Yeah.
Time?
So this is the only timeout, and that is new this year at the Scotties. Vic talked about at the top of the show, you are allowed only 1. And so this is obviously what they view as their pivotal moment.
How much air do you have here? Can you go thin on that 5?
And we'll take a look at what's happening on with Northern Ontario. Krista McCarville and Corinne Brown. She hit and rolled out on her first. And now chasing a stone, trying to find a way to score 2.
Krista had perfect weight, but didn't quite curl enough, and I think he can dig this out of there.
Oh, I think so.
Oh boy.
Always curl. Always curl.
Corinne at 50%. Erin Pincott trying to encourage the stone over, but it will not. It is another steal for Krista McCarville.
One red.
That size says it all.
You're just worried about opening this up.
Yeah, I don't want to open this up and give her this to sit 3 buried.
Right.
We still have 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So, like, I like leaving. She can't guard both of those, right?
Yeah, just make. Yeah, I'm okay with your guard call. So just make sure that we don't leave her like the chisel on the 7, right?
Yeah, that
Yeah,
would be guarding
right.
the 7.
Yeah, make sure you guard the 7 and not guard your own shot. And like, you can guard it. You can guard it a good chunk over there, right? To make sure.
Are
Okay.
you guys okay with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, the only other thing we were talking about was coming here, but if we're not, and she can still make that double.
Yeah.
So I think we guard. Okay. I'm good with going this way.
Yeah, I think we take plenty of ice
I talked
here.
about this before, kicking that out there. If Caitlin was raising that perfect, you could actually get it onto there and sit 3. I think they're saving that at this point in time. The worry for Team Laws is this rock here, because that can be raised at any point in time. So it's interesting. I thought they might play the run back now, at least even if you hit the top one. They're going to guard that one I circled.
I heard Caitlin say she was worried about opening it up for them.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, for sure.
Pretty crowded in the 4-foot there. Like, they'd love to get 2 here and tie it up after 6.
Well, and if Team Sturmey guards the raise, I'm not sure what Caitlin has. Want 2 here if you're Team Caitlin Laws. Straight guard here on the top 8 rock.
Top 12. Hold it off if you're heavy. No, it's tight. It's tight. It's coming off.
Okay. Perfect. No. Good catch, guys.
Good.
Nice.
Good.
I think so.
That or you?
What? Yeah.
That might even just cue
That
it
might
more.
make it easier for her to.
The one I drew, Joanne, is the only real danger, I think, for Sturmey is if Caitlin could somehow make that run.
Yeah, I think that guard is too close to the rings to play something light and come around and tap.
Yeah. We could play this in too.
Yeah.
Get rid of it. That's another option. What do
Yeah.
you like, Paige? Our first thought was to just try and get in. Like, she has this for probably.
Yeah, I'm scared if you do this that it makes her double tap easier. Like if you're at.
She's throwing heat at it though all day.
I guess. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
they
mind
see
then.
it.
Yeah.
If we
You could hit that right hand red one, Joanne, if you wanted.
Want to play that.
Kind of like change that in a little bit.
Yeah.
Half.
Make the double tap part.
Yeah, that'd be pretty low risk, I think, Russ. But you are still leaving the run if you miss it.
Yeah, and you're right. Yeah, exactly. Not a lot of risk. If you ever stick it, well, you might not sit 2, but you're sitting 1 buried, which could put you 3 up.
We haven't thrown this in a hot minute.
Fighting 8-foot?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you like this call, Russ?
I think short's fine though.
Um,
I agree. Heavy's no.
Yes.
That's not convincing.
I didn't like Caitlin's call.
Ah.
I have to bitch about something, so I think, I think Caitlin's kind of locked her chances out of it here. I think I'd play that angle raise. I really do. But Caitlin's such a good hitter. The run back, she gets it perfect. She scores 3. This is not wrong at all.
It's a smart call.
You could even guard it.
Yeah, this is really precise, coming around and trying to block it that way.
Hard! Line only! T-line! Hard! T-line! Hard! Hard to touch it hard! Hard! Whoa.
Okay. Good weight call.
14.
Yeah.
It works pretty good.
See if there was something for 3.
Okay, good throw.
Yeah, to your point, it was a little more precise than just lobbing a guard out there.
Yeah, I think they were a little afraid that maybe something soft was available to come around everything, but it's a little heavier than they wanted there.
I think, yeah.
I think this will just be for 2, though, Russ, now with that Alberta rock coming to rest on the side of the forefoot.
Absolutely. You get it there, the red's gone, but because that red that was just thrown got deep as it did, I think you're right. When the yellow one comes over, it just sits on the side of that, and it would be for 2, but that's what they wanted at the start of the end, but this is not easy.
Let's rate that out turn right along that center line. We've seen some of these float with just a tiny bit of sweeping.
Wow. What a wonderful shot by Caitlin Laws. We talked so much about no rocks in play early, knew that this team would get it going. They love rocks. Perfect weight. There's your deuce. Well, Russ, we talk about having to make some big shots early, and even though the score is tied, Caitlin made a big shot in the last end. What did she do so right?
Well, we talked earlier, but don't leave her hit because her technique is state of the art. It's one of the best deliveries I've ever seen, but she didn't overthrow it. Normally when you're hitting multiple rocks, people want to whip them. Why do that when you have got directional brushing? No mistake. That was, as Joanne said, that was a really straight spot. She threw it just light enough.
That's a big 2 points. It's all tied up. Hammer does belong to Alberta, Selena Sturmey and her team, but for Caitlin Law has got herself right back in this game.
Yeah, not a bad end from Team Alberta there, but just a little bit of a misstep on Selena Sturmey's last, just a little bit heavier than they wanted, and just like that, we've got a tie game.
You know, in the previous end, a hit and roll by Caitlin and a double by Caitlin to stop, you know, a potential deuce. You got the deuce in the fourth. Like she's holding them in there really, because I'm impressed with the Team Sturmey's rock positioning.
Patient if you can.
We did more ropes.
It's okay. There. All right. Time's good. I think it's close. We're top four. Top four. Well, just top 8. Where? Top button. Okay. Curl. 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 Curl, 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 curl. Try and rub this hard. 14-3. 13-7.
Carrie Anderson faced 3 on her first. She made a double, almost a triple. It's the stone that is at the back of the house that didn't quite go out. That allowed the team from Quebec to hit and lie 2. And so this is a force for Carrie Anderson. Could draw, but she's electing to play the hit. Does need to roll a little bit, though, to score. Carrie's numbers the same across the board. Draws and hits at 90%. Has come to play.
Good brushing.
And there's the roll, and there's the point.
Well, a little surprised she wouldn't draw the 8-foot there. I mean,
I'm not.
Oh, well, yeah,
I'm a
true.
Manitoban.
Yeah.
That's her go-to shot, and I think also with the score being what it is, she's 90%, but you know, what's her comfort with draw?
Yeah, roll out there, you only give up 1.
Exactly.
I thought it was a hair big, but maybe not bump.
See, Vic wouldn't say that.
No, not at all.
Barely, like we ticked this week. Yeah. I don't think
Is
that
that
was
a light?
No, no.
Wait, it's fine?
Okay. I think she said men ice.
Make good. Curl. Curl. Hard curl.
Yep, you gotta go.
Come
on, over. Towards me. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Beside that.
Wow.
Nice. That's great.
These rocks being reconditioned this year, they talking to the ice makers, Mike Merklinger and crew, they feel they might even be a little bit livelier than ever. Not much, but just enough. And you saw that spin off.
I didn't throw this
No.
hard by any means, and it just...
Watch the rotation. Greg Owasco phoned me before the game. He's here. He was here for the first couple of days. And he said it had been 10 years since they had done the striking bands. And so they thought they needed to be done, but it's done by a computerized lathe. So once they were in there, they thought they would resurface them as well. So these are, to all intents and purposes, new stones.
Right.
And there he is. We saw him last year at the Scotties. We'd seen him for years before at the Canadian Juniors. Always did a great job. His dad retired. He moved up and took over, and he's done a wonderful job.
It's tougher for the ice makers with this new format because you used to throw the day before, and then you get, you know, you could get the kinks out a little bit. Now you don't see the kinks till just before this game starts.
Yeah, I think for the first couple of days there is a lot of tweaking that goes on. We're expecting really big crowds, and so they have to contend with that. It's a warm building, Joe.
Good ever.
Oh,
You
yeah.
talked about playing in it, and
I've played in here a few times. The first time it was for Continental Cup, building was full. I thought it was because the crowd was here. And then we played in the bubble where there were only cardboard cutouts, and it was still really hot. So it's just, that's how they need to keep the temperature to keep the ice the way they want it.
Go this way if you want. Yeah, I can go that way.
But lots of tweaks have to happen early.
10 and a half. 10-5. Hey, you got it.
well, you see that little red stone on the outside. That was an attempted hit by the PEI team that moved it over, but it didn't move it out. And that's why the opportunity here for Skylar Ackerman and her Saskatchewan team for 2 and to get back into this game after giving up a big 4 2 ends ago.
Yeah, that 4-ender, it was basically strategy, in my humble opinion. They were 2 up, and they were starting to freeze around corner guards without hammer, and they didn't quite get the freezes in the right spot. He gave up 4.
Caitlin! Just clean. Okay, you're good. You're good.
And there is your 2 and a tie.
14-8-15. You got her.
A rollout from Alberta here, so chance here for Selena to sink a draw around the corner.
That's the most underrated miss in curling, isn't it? You know, you half shot, you roll out, and you think, well, I got rid of the opposition's rock, but no. Now Caitlin can separate the rings, and there's an extremely good chance Alberta's going to be forced to a single here.
Yep.
They would have loved to blank this in.
Nice spot. Good. Really good. What was that, Caitlin? 15-1.
Yeah, the only place they didn't want that rock was behind the tee line, because you would have seen Alberta try a freeze. So
Do you want to throw like bump? You can.
Selena's really dialing in to draw weight here in the second half of this game, Russ. She made 2 nice freezes
Very
last
true.
end.
11 and a half. Okay, you got it.
Well, a chance for Corinne Brown, maybe for 3, trying to play off the red stone that's just under the Purex, come across onto her own to remove the 1 stone that belongs to Krista McCarville in the house. There is 3 points available if she's able to hit it right.
We haven't been covering the sheet, but that's not a pile of ice. On our sheet, that would, you'd have to whip it to keep that out there.
10-7. Close. Yeah. 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 Woo. 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 Yeah. Woo. Yeah.
Oh.
There you go.
Good.
Nicely done. That 3 will clock her way to halfway back. Still some work to do.
It's like a rock deeper. It's probably tuck these tucked.
You like just like
Even.
because I don't want them to be able to, if we go
Yes,
here.
yeah, I'd like to be even with that.
Perfect.
I think that's close.
You got it.
You have to be pretty precise with this draw, Russ. Anything kind of top 12, you might see Alberta try to come around and use it as a guard and make it deep. Obviously, there's the freeze available.
Okay. Top 8.
Kind of even with ours.
Yeah.
Okay. This is like a broomhead less than Selena's.
Okay.
Seems really nice. A couple feet better than draw the button.
Pardon?
A couple feet better than draw the button.
Yeah.
Similar.
You could give us similar to you gave us here.
Okay.
You got her, Caitlin.
That's a standard message too, Kathy, where to the corners in arena settings. I know it's draw 1, it's a little bit early, 20 to the 7th end, but it's almost always quicker to the corners.
And I guess that's something else, Joe. You know, it's the first game that these teams have played and seen 7 ends on. At what point did you start really watching to see if it was flattening out, if it was doing something different? What was your learning curve?
Always starting to look in the 7th end. The 6th end is usually okay because they mop in that 5th end break, but once you start to see the 7th end, you really start to pay attention. You may not see it, but you just want to be making sure you're watching.
I was seeing like here if we
I
can
think
get
you've
it.
got to go around this, Joanne.
I think I'd rather
There's
be
no
a piece
double.
open in there than
You're never blanking.
deep.
You might as well, if you're going to get forced, you might as well force yourself to 2.
Yeah, and pretty low risk too because you've got the whole 4 foot's open right now. The way it curls at the end, they could probably get almost fully buried and stay right on the tee line.
I think I'd rather be like top 4 in a piece open than back and buried. Like mid 4, high 4. Hair big, early page. We gotta go for speed. Yeah.
Line's a little tight.
Okay. Gotta go.
Early sweep, we've seen them take off when they're tight early.
They're really going to get this by.
Keep going.
Okay.
Yikes.
15-7. Okay.
I have to wonder if maybe it's tightening up a little bit. The sweepers weren't panicked out of the hand. They didn't yell that it was a guard.
And it was down the middle, right?
I think Selena called them on. She may not have finished her release. So sometimes when you kind of just open your hand and you don't extend through, it can really kill the life of a rock.
I thought I would have been top 12.
And we welcome those viewers from TSN5 that have joined us here in Calgary at WinSport. It is the Scotties Tournament of Hearts. And we are showing the Alberta-Manitoba Laws game, and it has gone from very few rocks to a whole bunch, which has been really exciting.
You got her, Caitlin.
Kind of like to see this partly open. Instead of just dead bury and then, you know, Sturmey's going to say, I'll draw the 4-foot. Make her think a little bit, and it kind of might make Team Alberta go out wider.
It's coming off. Still back 4. You got Joss, come on. It's back 8.
Jocelyn's actually trying to slow it down, believe it or not, with that
Yeah.
scratching motion. Unforced error.
Similar path that I've been throwing all game.
That was the key we talked about, wasn't it, at the start of the game, is to try to get Caitlin to draw. She's demonstrated how good a hitter she is.
Straight in that spot.
Let them off the hook.
I see that sometimes when someone's struggling. She just had to throw like the same or 2-3 feet more than her first, but you just make these bigger adjustments when you're not quite feeling it. Still a shot against 3 here, though, for Selena Sturmey.
These are the ones you can miss, too. You can see her top rock 4 feet short. It curled, and if it's slowing down, you just know she's going to add quite a bit more weight here in a little quicker spot.
Line's good. Line.
Well, Selena started the game at 100%. She had the feel, and those numbers have gone down a little bit. Looking for 8 foot against 3 Manitoba Law team counters. Cleaning it in. Nicely done. A good force by Caitlin Law, but a nice rebound by Alberta.
look at that draw, Kathy, and all she needed was to bite the 8-foot. Yeah, you look at that draw, Kathy, and all she needed was to bite the 8-foot against, but it's against 3, and she put that rock right on the tee line. So that's got to feel really good moving into these last 3 ends of the game here. We have a good reference draw now. She can say, is it the same as what I threw in the 8th end? And that does great things for confidence.
Hard. Great spot. Good sweep. 14-8. 14-8? Nothing.
Well, not much to choose between the leads. Paige Papley and Krista McCush very close to each other. Neither of them would be very happy with those numbers. They're both far better players. It's just been first day trying to figure things out.
Often see the leads end up with the mismatched rocks as well. So sometimes it takes a few ends to wrestle them down. If you've got a rock that's a little bit slow, how much slower is it? You need to throw everything off. Teams will watch the orders that all of the other teams are throwing their rocks in all week, so they'll have starting points as the week progresses.
Just about perfect.
Saskatchewan's Skylar Ackerman tying it up last end with PEI. It is Team Canada rolling along against Quebec's Laurie St. George 8-1, and it is Nova Scotia, Krista McCarville. We saw Corinne Brown